Good morning. Welcome to the Nevada Senate. I'm Brendan Busey, Secretary of the Senate. This is Lauren Higgins. She'll be helping you with media today. A couple of housekeeping things. As you can see, this is a construction zone at the moment, so please just be aware of where you are and don't go in any of the areas that are closed. The bathrooms that are adjacent to the Senate are under construction, so you'll have to use the bathrooms in the central hallway. To control your microphones, there's a touchscreen at each of your desks that allow you to request to speak. If you want to speak on a bill, the president will call on you, and then you can control your mic. The president can also control your mic when they call on you. If you're using the voting system, when a vote is open, you'll be able to vote on that same touchscreen. You'll have the yay and nay options, and it will display on the board, but it will have the senator's name at whose desk you're at rather than your name. Please be respectful of the chamber and the senator's desks at which you are sitting. It's a great privilege for you to be here. We're glad that you are here, but please be respectful of that. And more importantly, be respectful of each other. As you know, self-government relies on respect for your fellow representatives and for the institutions that make deliberative decision-making possible. So keep that in mind when you're getting into heated debate this afternoon. With that, have a successful legislative session today, and thank you for being here.
Hello. We now call the session into order. We will first begin with, I believe, Bill 122. How do I? Yes, we are beginning with Bill 122. Secretary of the Senate Timmons will be reading out the bill out loud for all of you. Senators, it is your prerogative to access the bill with your own media and electronic devices.
An act to tax ammunition and firearms to provide funds for underperforming and high-poverty schools. The people of the state of Nevada, represented in Senate and Assembly, do enact as follows. Section 1. Definitions shall be stipulated as follows. A. Ammunition refers to projectiles with their fuses, propelling charges, or primers fired from guns. B. Firearm refers to any weapon designed to expel a projectile by the action of an explosive. Section 2. High-poverty schools will be defined as 85% or more of students receiving free or reduced-price lunches. The measure of high-poverty schools will be found from the percentage of students who qualify for free or reduced lunch. Section 3. Underperforming schools will be identified based on standardized test scores and average GPA. Section 4. A tax rate of 5% will be imposed on the sales price of all ammunition sold within the state. Section 5. A tax rate of 5% will be imposed on the sale price of all firearms sold within the state. Section 6. These taxes will be allocated to the underperforming and high-poverty schools. Section 7. This bill becomes effective upon passage and approval.
Are there any remarks on the floor? The chair recognizes Senator Glover. It's on the Boy State Group Me. Yes.
Point of information, Dilamos, NBS staff. There has been a shared link that's been sent to you in our Boys State GroupMe. So if you want to find the link to view the legislation, it is in that link in that GroupMe chat. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Moss. Does that clear it up, Senator Glover? Understood. With that out of the way, are there any remarks on the floor on this bill? The chair recognizes Senator Bentham.
Hello? Okay. So, with the state of the economy right now, guns and ammunitions have increased dramatically. A tax rate of 5% on all ammunition and firearms within the state of Nevada contributes to the unaffordability of it. And as criminals often obtain ammunition and firearms illegally and through means of not purchasing it, you're taking away guns and ammunitions from good people by making it unaffordable.
The chair recognizes Senator Glover as he has precedence as he is the majority leader.
Thank you, Chair. What I believe my fellow senator is referencing is the current affordability crisis nationwide, but also in the state of Nevada. But there's a clear distinction when we're talking about the different parts of the affordability crisis. Mainly this is referenced in terms of needs, like food, shelter, water, and basic living conditions. What ammunition, however, is not needed for basic living conditions. It is, in fact, something that I would consider a luxury item. You don't need it for your everyday lives. And I think that it is perfectly reasonable to be subject to a tax, especially to support something that Nevada does need, which is education. So we need to tax a want in order to support a need. These schools are underfunding, and we should invest in the future of Nevada. I yield my time.
Thank you, Senator Glover. The chair now recognizes Senator Bellows.
I understand what Senator Glover is talking about when he's talking about the affordability crisis. I would also like to bring my constituents to bring their awareness to the fact that we're also in a shortage of ammunition. So this tax would make ammunition also extremely more expensive and hard to obtain. And onto your point of it not being a need, in the Constitution of the United States, the Second Amendment is the right to bear arms. That is a need. It is a need to protect yourself. It is important as Americans that we have the right to protect ourselves and that we have the right to buy guns and that is not infringed upon. Because if it is not, I mean, there are plenty of people who live in bad neighborhoods who must defend themselves against criminals. If they're not able to obtain these guns because of these taxes, they're not able to defend themselves. That's why I believe that owning a gun is a right and a need. It is important for the safety of all Americans. I yield my time.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes. Thank you. Chair now recognizes Senator Maffey.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to bring attention to the language in Section 2, which mentions that students who receive or make up 85% of the school that receive free or reduced lunch. I go to Advanced Technologies Academy, a CTE, where we are not in a bad neighborhood, but I know that roughly 95% of my school receives free and reduced lunch. Does that mean that we will be putting funds towards schools that are already more advanced than our standard comprehensive schools by passage of this bill? Because without proper stipulations within the sections, I can see that happening. I yield my time.
Thank you, Senator. Are there any further remarks on this bill? Hearing none, the secretary will open the roll. This is the voting procedure. Does anybody wish to change his or her vote? The secretary will close the roll. Bill number 122 has passed. Moving on to the next order of business. We will now be moving on to Senate Bill number 128.
Senate Bill 128, an act designed to increase the safety of citizens around the United States, ensuring that possibly dangerous possessions, i.e. firearms, do not end up in the wrong hands. The people of the state of Nevada, represented in Senate and Assembly, do enact as follows. Section 1. Firearms refers to any handgun, shotgun, rifle, or device that is able to discharge a gunpowder-based projectile. Section 1A. A private sale refers to the exchange of firearms between individuals that are not equipped with a firearm dealer's license. Section 1B. A gun show refers to an event where licensed firearm dealers gather to promote or sell or transfer their products. Section 2. There will be universal background checks in the purchase and exchange of firearms. Section 2A. There must be a licensed firearm salesman conducting the transfer and sale of all firearms, i.e. both a gun show and a private sale. Section 2B. The licensed firearm showman will conduct a background check on both parties of business before the transfer of firearms within 3 days of proposed transactions. Section 2C. The complete transfer of firearms will not be allowed unless there has been a confirmed background check with the approval by a trained and licensed firearm salesman. Section 3. Individuals or dealers who are caught in the act of transfer without a conduction by a licensed firearm dealers will face a penalty of $3,000. Section 3A. Repeat offenders may face increased penalties, including higher fines or imprisonment. Section 4. This act will be enforced by state law enforcement. Section 4A. The state law enforcement will determine the procedure and training for the conducted background checks. Section 4B. Any citizen who can pass the NICS, National Instant Criminal Background Check System, will be able to take such training. Section 5. This act will be enacted 120 days after passing in order to ensure that all parties can ready for new changes. Section 6. All laws in conflict with this legislation are hereby declared null and void.
Are there any remarks from the floor? Senator Glover.
Thank you for the floor. So I'll begin this speech by going section by section and explaining why this bill is perfectly logical and should be passed. Section number 1, it is simply definitions, and I think that private sale and gun sale are perfectly acceptable definitions and categories for ways that which guns can be distributed and sold. Section 2, universal background checks in the purchase and exchange of firearms. This is one concrete change that would happen. And I think that this is a perfectly good change. I think that bad people shouldn't be able to have guns in the United States, especially people who will fail a background check. I think that it is imperative that, under Second Amendment protection, people should have the right to own guns, but only some people. This Second Amendment always rests on the narrative, what about a good guy with a gun? He could save somebody. Well, good guys with guns will still exist. This just prevents bad guys getting guns. And that is why Section 2 still stands and should be passed. In its current state, Section 3 refers to the penalty, and I think that a penalty of at least $3,000 is perfectly reasonable and just. Section 3A, repeat offenders may face penalties including higher fines or imprisonment. This is also perfectly logical, given that they will be selling guns illegally and should face punishment. And I think that it's perfectly reasonable for state law enforcement to enforce this because given that it is a state bill, the federal government would have little to no jurisdiction. It wouldn't make sense because why would you use anything other than state police to enforce something that is a state bill? And given that bad guys with guns can have potential to cause harm, but good guys with guns can save lives, let's keep guns in the hands of all the good guys of the state of Nevada and take it and prevent criminals or people who will fail background checks from purchasing guns. Thank you for the time.
The chair now recognizes Senator Bellows.
Mr. Speaker, so I hear what Mr. Glover is saying, and I would like to remind all constituents that bad guys will always have the opportunity to obtain guns. There is a huge black market for guns, and there is a lot of guns that are used illegally. And so in this circulation, there will always be an opportunity for bad people to still have guns, but it will reduce the amount of people that are able to own guns completely. And then I would also like to bring up the fact that this bill does not clarify a lot of what would be included in a universal background check. It does not define it. It simply says in Section 2 there will be universal background checks in the purchase and exchange of firearms. We need to ensure that these universal background checks are fair for all and have the correct checks that are actually effective and are not biased in any way or fashion. So I think that this bill should not be passed because it needs clarity on the universal background checks and what that would include. I yield my time.
Senator Glover will now speak again as he has a dissenting opinion and he is the majority leader. Oh, yes. Senator, that's a statement that should be restricted to your speech, not necessarily a point of inquiry. A point of inquiry is more of a question directed towards anybody, either on the information within the bill. It's not necessarily meant to be argumentative. Do you have an opinion? You may speak.
My fellow senator agrees that it is a problem whenever bad guys get guns, yet he suggests that under the status quo, they can get guns illegally. But also under the status quo, they can also buy guns legally because there are no background checks in place. He also brings up the fact that this bill states explicit universal background checks. This universal is just an adjective for a background check. Universal meaning the background checks would apply to everybody going to buy a gun. It is not a new novel form of a background check. It is a simple background check that would be applied universally across the state of Nevada to anyone who wants to start the process of buying a gun. And this bill would make it harder for bad guys to get guns because it would be illegal. Currently, you don't need a background check to buy a gun in certain ways. And I think that that is a problem because bad guys shouldn't have guns. And it seems that we all agree on that. And we should make it illegal for them to get guns because then they could be prosecuted. Right now, my fellow senator suggested that they could get them illegally. Well, they could still get them illegally after this bill is passed. That is true, but they would be breaking the law and could face prosecution. They can't do that now because they can buy guns legally. So let's make getting guns into the hands of bad people illegal so that they could face repercussions in the criminal justice system. For those reasons, this bill should pass to make guns less accessible for those who do not deserve them. I yield my time.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Bentham will now be recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to re-emphasize a point. Criminals, especially those with a previous history of criminal activity, do not do background checks to obtain a firearm. Mandating it will not change anything. One of the key ideas of criminal activity is to obtain it quietly, under the radar, so it's harder for law enforcement to kind of track their activity. By mandating this, it makes it harder for normal and law-abiding citizens to obtain a firearm and defend themselves, as protected under their Second Amendment right.
Thank you, Senators. At the end of your statement. Seeing as we have a dissenting opinion with Senator Donald, he's now allowed to speak.
From what I understand, your only argument is that, like Senator Glover said, is that they can obtain these illegally and they just don't care, which is simply not an argument for not passing this bill. I yield my time.
The chair recognizes Senator Maffey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would define a criminal as someone who does not respect the law, someone who has an outright hatred for the existence of a law, of a higher command for them to follow. Criminals, by definition, do not follow laws. So I ask, how does creating a law prevent criminals from doing something? This law aims, and has so been claimed by my fellow senators, to prevent criminals from attaining weapons. But criminals will do as criminals do, and criminals break laws. Can we all agree on that? Criminals do not care what you say in here because they will go and do what they will do because they think they are above the law or that they do not belong to the law. I'm not sure if you're aware or if anyone is aware, but at a...
Senator Maffey?
Yes.
Speeches from non-minority or majority leaders will be restricted to 1 minute. You have another 10 seconds to finish your statement.
All right.
Thank you, Senator Maffey. The chair will now recognize Senator Senator Price.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I would just like to clarify that nothing is perfect, but this bill will surely make a difference. These background checks will help people get caught if they are just bad guys and criminals. The thing is, I think that there would be an effect here that will create an opportunity where these people will not get their guns if they're mentally unstable or they had a previous background of being a criminal. This will make a difference, even in the slightest. It's still going to save many lives in the end, and that's what we really want here in the end of the goal. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. The chair will now recognize Senator Bellows.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I would like to remind our constituents that in the bill, even if these universal background checks would help people, it is not defined in the bill what exactly they would be doing and what these universal background checks are checking. In a bill, it needs to be specific, and it needs to give specifics on what exactly it's checking. All it says is universal background checks, and it says in section 2B that, or no, not 2B. It says in the section that, sorry. It says that just state law enforcement will determine the procedure and training for the conducted background checks. When we're making a bill, we need to emphasize specificity. Sorry that took so long. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Senator Bellows. The chair will now recognize Senator Glover.
I'm a firm believer in consistent morals and consistent logic. And as a firm believer, I believe that all logic used whenever arguing legislation should be able to be cross-applied whenever arguing other legislation. Some of the senators have brought up the fact that criminals do not obey laws, so passing laws is pointless. If you cross-apply this logic to any law that has ever existed, then why have laws in the first place? Because criminals will just break them. If they argue that a law is not a deterrent, then there should be no laws. And that is simply incorrect. A law is a deterrent, and a law works, because whenever you pass a law on something, it becomes illegal, and the justice system is allowed to persecute these people. Presently, they say that criminals will break the law to buy these firearms. How could they be breaking the law whenever it's not illegal for them to buy firearms? If I was a criminal and I would fail a background check, I could still, given that I was of age, I could still walk into Shields in Sparks, purchase a gun, and then wait the waiting period and receive a gun. There would be no reason for me to do it illegally whenever I could do it at the mall. We need to make this illegal so that the criminals would have to break the law in order to get the guns in their hands, and then they could be persecuted. Again, the logic that criminals will break laws so laws are ineffective completely falls apart whenever you cross-apply it to anything else. Because why would we have any laws if they don't work? Laws work, so pass Bill number 128.
Thank you, Senator. The chair will now recognize Senator Bentham. Is that an opinion or is that a motion? Okay, you may continue.
Thank you. So if we're going to argue semantics here, a law acts as a guiding principle for a society in which it's agreed upon. A criminal, and the title of criminal, is that of who breaks said law. And so it acts as a guiding principle. A criminal is that who breaks it. And so I reiterate my point. And at passing this bill, it makes it harder for the law-abiding citizens to obtain a firearm protected under their Second Amendment right to protect themselves. Yet it continues, because criminals, as I've mentioned before, often do not get a background check or obtain a gun legally in legal manners. It just makes it harder for normal citizen to obtain a firearm. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. The Senate Majority Leader will now speak, Senator Glover.
I'd like to keep this rather short so the other senators have time to speak, but I would like to point out that this really argument falls onto two main points: whether a law actually deters criminals and the semantics of a background check. First of all, laws deter criminals. I'd like to pose a hypothetical to all of you guys. Suppose that you're driving to school and you're late. You don't want to be tardy, but there is a speed limit. So you're not going to go much past it because that would be breaking the law. You'd have to stay under the speed limit. But if there was no speed limit, you'd go as fast as you would need to, thus endangering other citizens in order to get to where you need to go. Laws work. I don't speed, not because I don't want to. It'd be nice to get places faster. I don't speed because that is the law. And currently, criminals do not need to break the law in order to obtain a gun. And it doesn't make them a criminal if they were to obtain a gun. They're criminals before they obtain a gun. Those are the only people who wouldn't be able to get them. And we also must weigh the slight difficulty that, albeit background checks they do have the cost of a few minutes of time from a regular person, a law-abiding citizen who would like to buy a gun, but that is greatly outweighed by the potential of blocking criminals from getting guns and committing heinous acts with these guns. Again, we must weigh the few minutes of a layman's time versus a criminal getting the weapon they need to commit a potentially fatal crime. I yield my time.
Thank you, Senator. The chair will now recognize Senator Maffey.
I'd like to thank you for your short 2-minute speech. You talked about how a background check currently only takes a few minutes out of a law-abiding citizen's time. Yet, in my own personal experience, that doesn't happen. Recently, within, I believe, the past 5 years, there have been laws in the state of Nevada that has prevented so-called quick background checks. When my family recently purchased a firearm at our local Bass Pro Shop, we had to wait 10 full days before we could go and actually pick up and purchase the firearm. Is that quick to you? I don't think 10 days is quick. Now that we're arguing criminals and not criminals, in the current state, and as this law would have it, anybody who hasn't committed a crime can receive a firearm. But are we talking about preventing people who could possibly commit future crimes? Because to me, that sounds like a sci-fi movie that Will Smith is in.
This is a reminder to Senator Maffey and all those senators. Opinions outside of the minority majority leader will be restricted to 1 minute.
I yield my time.
Thank you, Senator Maffey. The chair will now recognize Senator Donald.
I motion to end debate and vote on passing this bill.
Are there any further remarks from the floor? We will not tolerate any new remarks, just existing ones currently. Senator Bellows, you have on here that you have a remark. Would you still like to speak? Okay, Senator Bellows, you will now be recognized by the chair. After that, we will move forward to roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to speak. Before we proceed to this vote, I would just like to remind everyone of the problems with the specificity of the bill. Because we can sit here and argue over this thing that I'm sure we all have our own opinions on, but We don't know how long these background checks are going to take. That is up to the law enforcement agency, and they could do whatever they want. Because it is not specified in this bill, they could do month-long background checks, and that would create a serious problem for families that are in tough situations who need guns to protect themselves. This law would also discourage people from buying guns because having a background check makes them not want to go through the process. And I would also like to remind people that there are many different ways of illegally obtaining a gun besides the legal way of a criminal going and buying it. There is a legal trade of guns that will always be there. Bad guys will always be able to have these guns. I yield my time.
Thank you, Senator Bellows. Hearing no further remarks, the Secretary will open the roll. On a vote of 5 to 3, this bill passes. My congratulations. We will now be moving on to Senate Bill number 190. Secretary, you may read the bill when you're ready. Yes.
Senate Bill 190, an act intended to make students smarter through teaching gambling. The people of the state of Nevada, represented in Senate and Assembly, do enact as follows. Section 1, casino theory is the teaching of statistics and how to play table casino games. Section 2, as Nevada is known for its gambling, 3 years, 6 semesters of casino theory will be taught in middle school to ensure that Nevadans are well educated in Nevada's top business. This class will be an elective and not a graduation requirement. Section 3, all gambling laws remain the same, including gambling ages. Section 4, this bill takes effect 1 school year from the date of passing.
Thank you, Secretary Timmons. Are there any remarks from the floor? Senator Maffei, you may speak.
I would like to say that I highly support this bill. It is an integral part of our society in Las Vegas, in Nevada, in Reno. that casinos are on what I would further to assume every street corner. So I believe offering such classes to our future citizens and future students is such a crucial part of our education. I yield my time.
Thank you, Senator Maffey. Senator Glover, you may speak.
I think that this bill, at its surface level, may seem like it would be problematic. You're exposing children to the world of gambling. But if you're teaching them the probability and statistics of gambling, I think that it would actually serve as a deterrent. Anyone who's very good at math or competent at all and understands the probability of them winning in slot machines or games like craps, poker, blackjack, any variety of the casino games knows that the house will always win. And I think that students can get a grasp on this from a young age, and this would actually deter them from gambling because they know that they will lose money if they gamble. And this is in order to prevent gambling addiction. Now, gambling can be a fun pastime and a great attractant for tourists, but gambling addiction is a serious thing, and we should consider a way to deter that. And I think this bill could could have that effect. Because again, if people understand the effects and probability of them actually winning money versus losing money, I believe that they are less likely to gamble.
Thank you, Senator Glover. Is that a motion, or are you going to speak? Okay. Senator, yes. I'm able to see when people want to speak or not. So you don't need to raise your hand unless you're going to motion for something, for the reference. You're recognized by the chair.
Okay. Despite the evident typos within the bill, I just wanted to say there's already limited money directed towards CCSD. Nevada ranks one of the lowest in education within the country. We do need to reform the education system here, but we do not need to do that by mandating or offering classes for gambling. If we want to discuss like probability and statistics, we could do something in the already offered classes of AP statistics or even math where statistics are required. However, we do not need to create classes that specifically are for gambling and poker and whatnot. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Senator Bentham. The chair will recognize now Senator Levia.
I would just like to start this off by saying I agree with Senator Bentham. We definitely do need to reform our education system. We have one of the lowest education rates in the country. Gambling should not be introduced into our schools. It only gets students to be comfortable with gambling, which allows them to want to go to casinos so they can continue to experience it. You'll get people who enjoy doing it because they learn how to do it at school, which will do nothing but further increase gambling addictions and ruin the future of our nation. I yield my time.
Thank you, Senator. The chair will now recognize Senator Donald.
Senator Bentham argues that we do not have enough money to fund a class like this, but with the resources we already have, I don't believe it is required to have much funding to make this class or add this class into schools. I yield my time.
Thank you, Senator Donald. The chair now recognizes Senator Bentham.
In response to that, I didn't say we don't have enough funding. I said we have limited funding. And because of our ranking in the education system, I'm saying we should not allocate that funding for gambling classes, but rather we should allocate it towards better English and math classes, or maybe more informative decisions and strategies going into mandated SAT and ACT to better prepare students for college and getting into college. most colleges, if any, would take or even consider a gambling class, but I know they look heavily upon SAT and ACT scores. So I'm saying we need to allocate that funding to something more productive and not a gambling class. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Senator. The chair will now recognize Senator Bellows.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to agree with Senator Bentham. We have limited funding as across the entire state, and we should be emphasizing something much more important than gambling. There are many different avenues we could take to help make our school system better, but gambling is just something that is definitely not there. Also, this bill just in general is extremely short and it's just, again, not very specific. It says this class will be an elective and not a graduation requirement. Then what is the point? So we're putting this funding toward it, and it will require funding. You said it might not require much funding, but we're gonna have to create an entire new curriculum about gambling, and that will take resources and funding. It also, in this bill, it doesn't say when these classes need to be established and when this bill will take effect. So there's just some major problems with the specificity of this bill and how it would actually work if passed. So I just believe we should vote no on this because it is an unworkable bill. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Senator Bellows. Are there any remarks from the floor? Any further remarks from the floor? Hearing none, the secretary will open the roll. On a vote of 6-3, or apologies, 6-2, this bill passes. We will now move on to Senate Bill number 109.
Senate Bill 109, an act for the establishment of proper education to firearm purchases prior to purchase. The people of the state of Nevada, represented in the Senate and Assembly, do enact as follows. Section 1, purchaser must be a United States citizen. Section 2, all firearm purchasers are required to comply with the general safety course. It can be administered at wildlife offices around the state. Section 2A, additional courses depending on the type of firearm that the citizen wishes to purchase. Section 3, people have already taken a hunter safety course will be exempt from the courses. Section 4, that this act becomes effective upon passage and approval. All laws in conflict with the legislation are hereby declared null and void.
Thank you, Secretary Timmons. Are there any remarks from the floor? The chair recognizes Senator Maffey.
My largest problem with this bill is not the education. I think that education on firearm safety is important. But the bill is so vague to the point where holding a stick and yelling bang could be considered part of an education class. I think that this bill is so unspecific that an argument could be made that anything could be a gun safety class. I yield my time.
Thank you, Senator Maffey. Senator Glover, you may now speak. Yes, is that a motion? Okay. We'll look into that, Mr. Glover. Yes, Senator Maffey. There will be a 1-minute recess until, as Senator Glover out, the amendments are added to this on the document. The recess has now ended. We're called back to order. Have the issues with this bill been fixed? Okay. Okay. The president will highly smile upon a motion to recess for 2.5 minutes. Yes? Is there a second? Granted. I called the Senate back to order. The recess has ended. Senator Bentham, do you have a point of personal privilege? Okay. Then you have the floor to speak.
I just want to emphasize, bills must be specific. If we expect the people of Nevada to follow and abide, we must give them distinct direction. I urge all senators to think critically and informatively when it comes to making decisions for the people and giving them direction. To add on to the already discussed vagueness of safety courses, I ask, where will the funding for this come from? With the language of the bill, it is not defined, and thus, the people don't know where the funding is. And so, it must be defined, and because it's not, we cannot pass the bill. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Senator Bentham. Yes, state that privilege. You may go. The chair will now recognize Senator Bellows.
Thank you, Mr. President. I agree with what Senator Bentham is saying. I would also like to bring up, we don't know where the funding is coming from. That is true. We also don't know who will be in charge of creating this class, what department. So this bill would be effectively unworkable. If this was passed into legislation, there would be no department to be in charge of it, no funds to be allocated to it, no direction on when it should be, when it will start. So this would be a completely unworkable bill because of its lack of specificity. So I encourage all of you to not pass this bill. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Senator Bentham. The chair will now recognize Senator Maffey to speak on this bill.
I'd be in high support of any bill encouraging and creating actual education courses for firearm safety, but this bill simply does not do that. I yield my time.
The chair will absorb the remaining 50 seconds of your statement. Thank you for that, Senator Maffey. The chair will now recognize Senator Levia.
The bill does indeed state what department will be running it. I believe the Department of Wildlife, due to it being administered at wildlife offices. I yield my time.
Thank you, Senator Lefia. The remaining 45 seconds of your statement will be absorbed by the chair. Senator Bellows, the chair recognizes you.
So in a bill, it would have to say in that section that it will be directed by the Department of Wildlife. It can't just be in parentheses where it says it will be held at wildlife centers. That just means that these courses would be held at wildlife centers. It doesn't give direction to those wildlife centers. In bills, it needs to say specifically every single point of what it's doing. There is no assumption in legislation. It is all facts, and it all needs to be in there. So we cannot just assume that the Department of Wildlife will be in there just because it will be held at these wildlife centers. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Senator Bellows. Are there any further remarks on the floor? Seeing none, the secretary will open the roll. We'll conclude voting when Senator Bentham returns shortly, I hope. We couldn't move on either way, so. Senator Bentham, you may re-enter the chamber. We've started the voting procedures on this bill. You are the final vote. On a vote of 3 to 3 to 2, this bill does not pass. We will now begin revoting on Senate Bill 109. On a vote of 4 to 3 to 2, this bill passes. My congratulations to the author. We will now begin Senate Bill number 3.
Senate Bill number 3, a resolution memorializing the 2024 session of the Nevada Legislature to enact legislation ensuring the creation of a permanent state holiday for fire safety and prevention, along with remembering the victims of past fire-related catastrophes. Whereas the Nevada State Legislature is committed to securing the safety of all who are living in and visiting Nevada, and whereas in the United States, fire departments report responding to 382,500 residential fires in 2022 alone. Out of these total fires, 2,285 civilian fatalities were reported, and around 18 billion, $72 million of total damage. And whereas there's a lack of awareness of certain fire-related disasters, such as the MGM Grand Fire of 1980, and whereas the people of Nevada are encouraged to follow other, more temporary programs for fire education and to support the several public safety activities and efforts of Nevada's first responders and fire services, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the State of Nevada, the Assembly concurring, the members of the 90th session of the Nevada Legislature will begin working towards a comprehensive approach to a state holiday dedicated to fire safety, and be it further resolved, the date of the state holiday shall fall yearly on November 21st to coincide with the anniversary of the MGM Grand Fire of 1980, and to commemorate and remember the victims of all fire-related tragedies in Nevada. And be it further resolved, the Secretary of the Senate prepare and transmit a copy of this resolution to all fire chiefs, assistant chiefs, captains, or other fire leaders recognized by the state of Nevada, along with the remaining victims of the MGM Grand Fire and their families or children.
Are there any remarks from the floor? The chair recognizes Senator Bentham.
In a state of increased heat issues and thus increased fires, it is important to mourn those that have suffered and have loss as a result of fire, and raise awareness of how to prevent such events from occurring in the future. And thus, I support the bill. I support the resolution. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Senator. The chair now recognizes Senator Bellows.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also support this bill. I think that fire safety in Nevada is especially an issue up here in Reno, as there's a lot of illegal fireworks that happen where people buy them in the Paiute district and then bring them over here. And we've had multiple fires close to my neighborhood. And so I think that this would be very important, and this strikes close to home for me. So I think that it would be very important that we teach all Nevadans and have a national holiday that would ensure that there is more awareness on the seriousness of fire issues and why it is so important that we take the precautions to prevent wildfires from occurring. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Senator Bellows. The chair will now recognize Senator Glover.
I agree with my other fellow senators in that this resolution should be passed, not only for the reasons they stated, but also to honor the heroes of Nevada, our wildland and urban firefighters. Nevada is a state that is often ravaged by wildfires through northern Nevada, and southern Nevada has suffered a great loss of life due to the MGM Grand Fire. And I think that this bill would be perfect in order to recognize those who not only had their lives lost, but made sacrifices on the fire services to keep Nevada safe for all of its residents. And I think that this is a great bill to do that, or resolution to do that.
Thank you, Senator Glover. The chair will now recognize Senator Donald.
I motion to proceed to voting.
Since there was that motion, there was a second. There was, however, one existing remark on the floor. He will be allowed to speak before we vote on this bill. Senator Barrio Lopez, the chair recognizes you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to start off by saying that I agree with this bill. It's important to recognize the sacrifices, the efforts, and the service that all fire department workers do for all Nevada, and it's important to remember all of these things that they've done, and I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Senator Barrio Lopez. Seeing as there are no further remarks, the secretary will open the roll. In a unanimous vote, this bill passes. My congratulations to the author. The chair will now highly smile upon a motion for indefinite recess due to the flag retirement ceremony that we must attend. Yes. We will now move to an indefinite recess until we return. We're going to be starting on Senate Bill number 58. I repeat, Senate Bill 58. Yes? Did we vote on it? Yes, we did. It was unanimous approval. Any other points of inquiry or order? Understood. Secretary Timmons, you may begin reading whenever you feel you're ready.
Senate Bill 58, an act to change salary structures to improve the recruitment and retention of teachers in Nevada. The people of the state of Nevada, represented in Senate and Assembly, do enact as follows. Section 1, this bill shall be named the Nevada Teachers Salary Act. Section 2, Nevada will allocate funds to increase teacher salaries that supersede Nevada's minimum living wage, which was $70,934 by 10%. Salary structure will be adjusted yearly based on Nevada's metrics for cost of living increases and inflation. Section 3, teachers will also receive signing bonuses, 2.5% first-year salary, and 5% retention bonuses for milestones, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, 45 years, in their education career. Section 4, starting with the 2024-2025 school year, teacher recruitment, retention rates, and satisfaction will be recorded. This will be analyzed for variations that will maximize for further improvement. Section 5, the bill shall take effect starting from the 2024-2025 school year upon passage and approval.
Are there any remarks from the floor? Senator Elliott, you're recognized with the chair. Or Senator Glover, apologies.
Thank you for recognizing me. In this speech, I'd like to go over every single section of this bill and why this bill makes sense and come to the conclusion on why it should be passed. Section number 1, this is just the naming, so no real contention here. I think that the section 1 stands and is logical and should contributes to what should be passed. Section number 2, Nevada will allocate funds to increase teacher salaries that supersede Nevada's minimum living wage. Teachers deserve more than the living wage. Currently, some teachers might even make under the living wage in Nevada, which I think is unjust. The future of our nation and Nevada is in the hands of our teachers. Our teachers are so important. They tend to our children and the youth of Nevada and are tasked with educating them and preparing them for their lives in adulthood. Teachers can change lives and should be compensated fairly. Teachers should also receive signing bonuses because that's standard with many professions. And I believe that this Section 3 will effectively provide retention for experienced teachers. And section number 4, I think that this timeline is very appropriate given that this is a rather simple bill. And for these reasons, I think this bill should be passed.
Thank you, Senator Glover. The chair will now recognize Senator Barrio Lopez.
Thank you, Chairman. Like said about Senator Glover previously in his statement, teachers should deserve a little bit more than the minimum wage because they help educate the future of Nevada, right? And so when they do that, they're helping pave the future for the state, and it shouldn't go unnoticed because they're willing to give their time, their effort in order to make sure that students in districts all across the state have the opportunity for a quality education, which allows them to come back and solve problems that are facing in our state and within our nation. So for these reasons, I believe this bill should be passed and should be considered by all of the fellow senators. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Barrio Lopez. The president will now recognize Senator Maffey.
I'd like to open with, I support increasing pay of teachers. I understand that many of my own educators have been underpaid for years, but this bill does not provide options or pathways to receive this new funding. How can we magically, as I might add, increase pay without receiving new funding. Are we proposing that all school districts should now go into debt because of this required new pay structure? If we were to implement something that had an actual route for proper funding, I would be in full support of that. But this bill fails to do so. Again, we don't have a magic money tree that we can simply pluck dollars from. And that is what I feel this bill is trying to get at. We're trying to take money from that magic tree that just simply does not exist. I yield my time.
The chair will observe the remaining 4 seconds. Thank you, Senator Maffey. At this time, are there any other statements? Hearing none, the secretary will open the roll. On a vote of 7 to 1 to 0, this bill passes. My congratulations to the author. We will now be moving on to Senate Bill number 49.
Senate Bill 49, an act modifying the age at which a person can obtain a driving permit from 15 and 6 months to 15 to facilitate these individuals receiving more supervised driving experience before becoming a fully licensed driver. The people of the state of Nevada, represented in Senate and Assembly, do enact as follows. Section 1. The age an individual can obtain a driving permit is hereby changed from the age of 15 and 6 months to the age of 15. Section 2. The required driving hours are set to increase from 50 to 100 hours. Section 3. This bill becomes effective upon passage and approval. All laws in conflict with this legislation are hereby declared null and void.
Thank you, Secretary Timmons. Are there any remarks on the floor? Senator Glover, did you have a remark? Okay. The chair recognizes you.
Thank you very much. I think it is imperative that we ensure that all of Nevada's drivers are safe, and I think that we can do this by having more driving time. I think that the difference between 15 and 15 and a half is not substantial. And I know that some of the other states in the United States have rules like this in place, especially for those who live in rural areas and may need to drive or travel further distances, which would require driving at a younger age. And those states have done it successfully. And I think that we can do the same, especially for our rural constituents. I think that this will help Nevada. And given that the increase in amount of time needed before your driving license and the driving hours are proportionate, I think that people will be better equipped whenever they get their driver's license and are likely to be safer drivers on the road.
Thank you, Senator Glover. Senator Benton, the chair recognizes you.
Thank you, Chair. I stand in support of this bill. New drivers are the #1 cause in road and fatality accidents due to their inexperience. By lowering the age to get an instructor's permit, but increasing the hours required for a license, you're allowing the unexperienced drivers to drive with an experienced one for more time, allowing them to gain that experience that's crucial, especially under circumstances that are very filled with pressure, where oftentimes inexperienced drivers make the wrong decision or don't know how to react. And so, with the increased hours, I stand in support of this bill. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Senator Benton. The The chair will now recognize Senator Bellows.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also stand in support of this bill. I think that Senator Glover made a really good point about the rural areas and standing for our constituents in the rural areas. I believe that Idaho has a similar law where they have, again, reduced the 6 months for getting a permit and then require more driving hours. And I think this really just helps our rural areas and those teenagers in those districts who can now help out with the family at a younger age, especially for those in lower income neighborhoods. Thank you. I yield my time.
The chair will absorb the remaining 25 seconds of your statement, Senator Bellows. Senator apologies. Senator Benton, you are now recognized by the chair. Senator Donald, you do have an opinion, right? Not a motion? It's a motion? Okay, state that motion, please. Was that what you had? Okay, then. Okay. Seeing as there are no further remarks, the secretary will open the roll. In a unanimous vote, this bill passes. My congratulations to the author. Point of order for all senators. If you have to make a motion, raise your hand instead of putting it on here. And you will have precedence over other speakers. I'm using this mainly to gauge opinions rather than motions. But if you raise your hand, you will have priority over everybody else. But it's for motions only. We are now going to be debating Senate Bill 180.
Senate Bill 180, an act to create a Hope Card program in Nevada for domestic violence victims. Section 1. Currently, survivors of stalking, sexual assault, and domestic violence who have received civil protections given by a court have to carry around a large stack of papers to protect them, to prove they are protected under the court. Section 1A. This paperwork is currently required to be carried around to prove to police and other law enforcement about the existence of this order, as well as the ability to protect themselves from someone who might supersede this order. Section 2, being enacted by this committee here assembled, that a Hope Card program in Nevada is established to eliminate the burden of domestic violence survivors from having to carry around such large amounts of paperwork. Section 3, domestic violence survivors who have been provided these civil protection orders will now be provided electronic cards that contain the necessary amounts of information for law enforcement and other agencies to access information, thus eliminating the need for paperwork to be carried. Section 4. This piece of legislation will be overseen by the Nevada Department of Health and Human Services. Section 5. This legislation goes into effect upon passage, and cards will be distributed to those with civil protection orders within 6 months of passage. Section 6. All laws in conflict with legislation are hereby declared null and void.
Are there any remarks on the floor? The chair recognizes Senator Livia.
I would just like to start this out by saying there is not a single reason that anybody who has been a victim of any of these crimes should have to carry around a piece of or a load of paperwork to prove the fact that they need to stay away from the person who did any of these to them. It is absolutely ridiculous that that has to happen. So, yeah, this is just a no-brainer. I yield my time.
The chair will absorb the remaining 30 seconds of your statement. Senator Bentham, you are recognized by the chair.
Thank you. I also stand in strong support of this bill. I feel that none of the victims, after what they're going through and having to testify about it, should have to also be burdened with the numerous, the large stack of paperwork. And along with what the previous senator said, I do agree, and this bill should most certainly be passed. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Senator Benton. Are there any further remarks on the floor? Motion? Seeing as there are no remarks, the Secretary will now open the roll. With a unanimous vote, this bill does in fact pass. My congratulations to the author. We will now be moving on to Senate Bill number 203.
Senate Bill 203, an act to prevent higher car insurance premiums for policyholders when accidents are on a rise and the individuals are not liable for them. The people of the state of Nevada, represented in Senate and Assembly, do enact as follows. Section 1. Car insurance companies in Nevada are no longer able to hold all policyholders accountable for the rise of accidents within the state. Section 2. Car insurance companies in Nevada will reach out to create more accident reduction programs. Section 3. Tort reform should be established to reduce the cost of litigation/claim settlements.
Thank you, Secretary Timmons. Are there any remarks on the floor? The chair recognizes Senator Bellows.
Senator, did you have a motion or?
Apologies, I didn't see that. Please state that point. Where? Secretary Timmons, if you know the answer, feel free. I'm looking to find what he's looking at.
According to Forbes.com, it is a change to the law designed to make it harder for plaintiffs to sue or designed to reduce the potential compensation available after a lawsuit has been filed and won, per Forbes.com.
Does that answer your question? Thank you, Secretary Timmons. Senator Bellows, you may continue with your opinion.
Thank you, Mr. President. After looking at this bill, I think that it has some good intention behind it, but it reads more like a resolution than an actual bill. And taking it section by section, we can see that. So in section 1, it says car insurance companies in Nevada are no longer able to hold all policyholders accountable for the rise of accidents within the state. That's fine. When you get down to section 2, it says car insurance companies in Nevada will reach out to create more accident reduction programs. That's more of just a statement. It doesn't actually explain the specifics and how they're going to do that, who's going to be in charge of it, what funding is going to be allocated, if there's going to be funding, who's going to be in charge of it. And then when we move on to section 3, it says tort reform should be enacted to reduce the cost of litigation/claim settlements. Again, this is just a statement. It doesn't go into the specifics of what is going to be on. This is more of just a statement of point. So I am against the passing of this bill because it reads more like a resolution than an actual bill. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Senator Bellows. Senator Brenton, you are recognized by the chair.
Senator Bellows said it perfectly. This bill is way too vague. There is a lot of good intention behind it, but tort reforms isn't defined. How are we going to reach out to create accident reduction programs? And as I mentioned earlier, in order to get the people of Nevada to abide and to follow, we must give them a direct direction. With this being way too vague, that not even the senators can understand it, how can we possibly expect the people of Nevada to follow this bill properly? So with that, I'm in opposition of this bill.
Thank you, Senator Brenton. Senator Glover, the chair recognizes you. Senator Glover? You had an opinion?
Yeah. So just going over this bill, my fellow senators have mentioned that it is a little bit vague, but I would like to point out that there is no Section 4 stating the date of implementation, and I believe that this is a crucial part of every piece of legislation. Given that this does not have a date of planned implication or any plan, I think that passing this bill would be unethical.
Motions? Seeing as there are no further remarks, the secretary will open the roll. With a vote of 0 to 6 to 2, this bill fails. Celebration is not in order. We will now be moving on to Senate Bill number 142.
Senate Bill 142, an act limiting the number of rounds a magazine a firearm can hold. The people of the state of Nevada, represented in Senate and Assembly, do enact as follows. Section 1. Every legally obtainable gun, including rifles, shotguns, handguns, semi-automatic firearms, and pistols, shall possess a magazine that can hold no more than 15 rounds of ammunition. Section 2. Magazines capable of holding more ammunition than that must be surrendered to the designated drop-off areas or police stations within a 4-month period of the passage of this bill, where government officials will be on standby to dispose of them or hand them off to law enforcement. Section 2B. Those requiring a replacement magazine will be given one to hold the permissible number of rounds of ammunition free of charge. Section 2C. A person may not obtain more than 2 magazines at a time. Section 3. Information of these rule changes must be audibly communicated to anyone entering firearm-related establishments or events such as gun shops or gun shows. Section 3B. Signage describing the ramifications of this change, along with the drop-off locations, will be posted in these fire-alarm-related establishments and other places with larger groups of firearm-owning people. Section 4. Any person caught with a violating magazine after the allotted 4-month period will be forced to hand over the prohibited magazine and pay a maximum fine of $200. Section 5. These requirements don't apply to any inoperable or decorative firearms. Section 6. This act becomes effective upon passage and approval.
Are there any remarks from the floor? Senator Brenton, you are recognized by the chair.
The Second Amendment states, a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. If we pass this bill, it limits the ability to have an armed militia. That is unconstitutional and infringes upon our Second Amendment right. With that, I stand in opposition to this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Brenton. Senator Bellows, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also stand against this bill. I agree with what Senator Bentham has said. It is very unconstitutional. It goes against our First Amendment rights. It also is an infringement on our basic property rights. Each American has a right to their own property, and this is the government coming in and mandating that you lose these magazines with no structure to reimburse yourself. This is the government seizing property from the American people, which is not only unconstitutional under the First Amendment, but also just completely tyrannical. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bellows. Senator Maffey, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to just look at this bill, and where does any of the funding come from? It states that replacement magazines will be handed out, but if enough people are turning in magazines to be replaced, there's going to be a lot of incurred money needing to be spent on that. There's no way to generate that money in this bill. On top of that, the audible in Section 3 is so hard to enforce, much less regulate, that it is just physically unfeasible to even attempt to start in regulating it, much less implement what's actually written. And then I have a very strong problem with Section 5. How do we know that a firearm is decorative or inoperable? Obviously, there is the removal of a firing pin as the way of deactivating firearms, but how do you know that has happened? How could a police officer could enter a home and see a firearm on a wall, and someone could simply claim, oh, it's inoperable, and it has a 30-round magazine, but how do we know it's inoperable?
Thank you, Senator Maffey. Are there any further remarks on the floor? Senator Glover.
I think with my duty to represent my constituents, as we all know, the state of Nevada is the location of one of the largest mass shooting in U.S. history. Now, the families of the victims of this tragedy are represented by us. And I believe that this mass shooting maybe not could have been prevented wholly, but the number of victims could have been mitigated if, instead of using high-capacity magazines, the shooter used 15-round magazines. Realistically, the need for somebody to shoot more than 15 rounds in a very short amount of time before reloading, there aren't that many needs to do that, even in a self-defense situation. I believe that this is effectively mitigating mass shootings, and I believe that as we represent our constituents, it's our duty to do so.
Thank you, Senator Glover. Senator Maffey, you are recognized.
I find it interesting that you bring up the October 1st shooting as an example of how high-capacity magazines caused death and destruction, when the shooter, if I may inform the Senate, was in a hotel room over 300 feet away from the site of the deaths. He could have possibly used even a bolt-action rifle or even a single-action rifle, wherein there's only one bullet in the entire weapon at a time. So by implementing a 15-round capacity on magazines, you are changing nothing about your point about the October 1st shooting. I yield my time.
Thank you, Senator Maffey. As a point of order for the entire Senate, please refrain from directly engaging in debate with other senators in your opinions. Instead, you may vaguely reference what other senators have said previously. Are there any further remarks? Senator Brenton.
Before I pass a motion, or before I say a motion to enter voting procedures, I do just want to remind everyone in the Senate that by regulating militia, this bill is unconstitutional and cannot be passed. With that, I would like to motion to end debate and proceed to voting. Thank you.
Can I have an official motion not contained within an opinion? Senator Bellows. Is there a second? Hearing no further remarks, the secretary will now open the roll. On a vote of 4 to 3 to 2, this bill passes. My congratulations to the author. We will now be moving on to Bill 187.
Senate Bill 187, an act prohibiting intoxicated people from obtaining marriage licenses. The people of the state of Nevada, represented in Senate and Assembly, do enact as follows. Section 1. If one or both parties that are attempting to obtain a marriage license appear visibly intoxicated or under the influence of any judgment-inhibiting drugs, the clerk responsible for filing that license is obligated to refuse them service until both parties appear of sound mind. Section 1B. Whether the person seems intoxicated is up to the discretion of the clerk, but some notable signs of intoxication include slurred speech, unsteady balance, and/or lack of focus. Section 2. Any intoxicated party's attempts to cause a disturbance or become aggressive in response to the clerk's decision will be promptly kicked off the premises or arrested. Section 3. This bill becomes effective upon passage and approval.
Thank you, Secretary Timmons. A quick point of order to the counselor. How are we to get the physical copies of the bills in order for the governor to sign? How are we to get the physical copy of the bills for the governor to sign? Is that an automatic process? Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Great, thank you, ensuring that you and the governor are on the same page. Thank you. We will now begin remarks for this bill. The chair recognizes Senator Price.
Thank you, Chairman. So I'd just like to say that marriage is like a big thing in commitment, and I'm sure intoxicated people do not really understand what they are doing in the moments that they are intoxicated, and that is something that should be addressed because it's wrong. And I yield my time.
Thank you, Senator Price. Senator Barrio Lopez, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I'm not wrong, correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't Nevada have one of the easiest, isn't Nevada one of the easiest states to obtain a marriage license? So if two people want to go through a commitment serious as marriage, and they're intoxicated or they're under the influence of some kind of drug or alcohol, then it's going to result in some disastrous consequences as a result of that. And so if people take the time to think thorough of a major life-changing decision before moving through something serious like marriage, then it's important, because if they're not, then it's just going to end up bad for them, and it's going to result in higher divorce rates, which would not be a good look for the state of Nevada. I yield my time to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you for that speech, Barrio Lopez. Considering that we have an imminent time constraint, I'm going to only allow one remark per person. That being said, the chair recognizes Senator Glover.
I believe that this bill should pass because those who are committed enough to marriage should have no problem in waiting until they are of sound mind. As the bill states, I think that that is a reasonable piece of legislature to pass. And I also believe that people should be of sound mind whenever they're making a decision like this. Given that this bill has should require little to no funding, I think that there is little downside, and this bill should pass.
you, Senator Glover. Senator Donald, the chair recognizes you. Understood. Senator Maffey, the chair recognizes you.
I would like to say that I have full support for this bill. It is crucial that marriage is held in a high sanctity in our society, and by preventing those unable to make accurate judgments while being intoxicated ruins the sanctity and the specialness, if I might say, of marriage. And I believe that this bill works to try and return some sanctity and some, I might say, holiness to marriage as a concept in our modern day society. I yield my time.
Thank you, Senator Maffey. The chair will absorb the remaining 20 seconds. Is that a motion I see? State that motion. Is there a second? Seeing as there are no further remarks, the secretary will open the roll. With a unanimous vote, this bill passes. My congratulations to its author. Seeing as most of the members in this room have a pressing time matter, the chair would highly smile upon a motion for an indefinite recess. Yes. Yes. Yeah, because of the time constraint. Yes. We have a guest speaker at 2. Okay. Okay. Seeing several motions, we will now have an indefinite recess. I now call the Senate back into session. We are going to be starting on Senate Bill number 100.
Senate Bill 100, an act to make Narcan or naloxone training a graduation requirement for Nevada high schoolers in an effort to reduce overdose deaths. The people of Nevada, represented in Senate and Assembly, do enact as follows. Section 1, along with standard course credits, CPR training on how to use naloxone in the case of overdose. Section 2, this training will be 20 minutes long from a licensed professional or a self-paced online course that will be similar to the existing CPR certification requirements. Section 3, free naloxone, a minimum of 5 units, supplied from harm reduction centers across Nevada, must be located in the school's nurse's office for emergencies. Section 4, this bill becomes active upon passage and approval.
Are there any remarks from the floor? Senator Glover is recognized.
There is a growing number of overdose deaths in Nevada, and where I live in Reno, Nevada, there's a section where overdose deaths are extremely high. And I know that these deaths are all preventable if naloxone is properly administered. And naloxone is a life-saving medicine that is really easy to administer. Training takes around 20 minutes online, and you can train people in a mass seminar in person, and there are certified instructors. And I think that this, if implemented, has the potential to save many lives and would be a great thing. And it is not very costly, and it wouldn't take much time for students. It is really something that you could learn fast, and it would be a great way to save lives across Nevada.
I recognize Senator Bentham.
Thank you. In the CCSD, fentanyl overdoses are an ongoing issue, and with the requirement of a minimum of 5 units, this allows for any overdoses within the schools to be addressed on site with the Narcan that will allow for that. As I mentioned, it is an issue with the continual grow of fentanyl, so I stand in support of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bentham. Is that a motion from Senator Maffrey? Seeing that there are no more remarks from the floor, the Secretary will open the roll.
Voting is now correct and open.
Before the Senate Secretary begins reading, does anybody need a point of order for me to clarify how the timing is going to work for the rest of the session? Okay.
Assembly Bill 116, an act relating to substitute teachers, requiring school districts to provide substitute teacher benefits. The people of the state of Nevada, represented in said assembly, do enact as follows. Legislative Council's Digest. Existing law requires the Commission on Professional Standards Education to adopt regulations that set forth the qualifications for licensing teachers. The Commission has adopted regulations governing the licensing and hiring of substitute teachers, provided that the school district may generally hire a substitute teacher, 1, for an unlimited number of days of service if he or she is filling the role of a licensed teacher who is under contract, and 2, for 60 days if he or she is filling the role of a licensed teacher who is not under contract. Section 1 requires school districts within this state to provide a monthly subsidiary totaling $450 per covered full-time substitute teacher to full-time substitute teachers for the purchase of health insurance coverage. Section 2 requires a full-time substitute teacher to provide proof of health insurance coverage to the school district in which he or she is employed. Additionally, Section 1 defines full-time substitute teachers as a licensed substitute teacher who is hired by a school district for 30 or more consecutive days on which the institution is on which instruction is provided to pupils during a single school year. Section 2 also prohibits the school district or public school from preventing a substitute teacher from working the number of consecutive days necessary to receive the subsidiary, or 2, reassigning a person to other duties to prevent the person from receiving the subsidiary. Section 3, the bill becomes effective upon passage and approval.
Are there any remarks from the floor? I recognize Senator Burchett.
I stand in support of the bill. Along with full-time teachers, I feel full-time substitute teachers should also reap some of the benefits that the regular teachers seek, including this health insurance benefit. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bentham. Apologies for mispronouncing your name earlier. Are there any further remarks? Senator Donald, is that a motion? Seeing as there are no further remarks, the Secretary will now open the roll. Seeing a unanimous approval, this bill passes. My congratulations to its author. We will now be moving on to Assembly Bill number 12.
Assembly Bill 12, an act to preserve mature trees in the state of Nevada. The people of the state of Nevada, represented in said Senate and Assembly, do enact as follows. Section 1, a mature tree is defined as a tree that is 10 years old or older. Section 2, citizens with the intent of removing a mature tree must acquire a city permit. Section 3, a fine of $5,000 for each tree removed without proper city permit will be enacted. Section 4, however, if an individual is to move or replant the tree, no permit is required. Section 5, this bill becomes effective upon passage and approval.
Are there any remarks from the floor? I recognize Senator Maffrey.
I think that this bill is nonsensical for our constituents in Southern Nevada. We are currently in the middle of a massive water crisis with multiple laws being passed in Clark County and Las Vegas pertaining to the removal of grass and other water-consuming plants. This bill, designed to protect those high-consumption plants, would negatively affect Southern Nevada's ability to combat the current drought crisis. I yield my time.
Thank you, Senator Maffey. Any further remarks? Senator Glover, is that? Oh, apologies. Senator Glover, you are recognized.
Though I think the sentiment of this bill is there, I would say that a tree that is 10 years or older is not a very good section. They should have amended this in committee because some tree species, whenever they're 10 years old, are no taller than the average sized person. I also think that this bill violates the right to private property because there is no specific verbiage saying that it has to be on public land. So I think that homeowners should have the right to do with what they please with their own trees.
Thank you, Senator Glover. Is that a motion, Senator Bellows? Are there any seconds? Seeing as there are no further remarks, the Secretary will now open the roll. With a count of 0 to 7 to 1, this bill fails. We will now move on to Assembly Bill number 153.
Assembly Bill 153. An act, RA requirement for requiring any individual to be tested, requiring any individual to be eligible. My apologies, I'll restart. An act, RA requirement for requiring any individual to be tested, requiring any individual to be tested to be eligible for a second chance of a medical license, whose job requires a medical license, that has had their license revoked in other states or in Nevada to go through various different tests to be eligible for the second chance law. The people of the state of Nevada, represented in Senate and Assembly, do enact as follows. Section 1. For any job that requires a medical license, individuals will have to go through the process of already established medical license reinstatement policies in order to qualify the second chance law. Once passed, they go through the process of the second chance law in order to reacquire their license. Section 2. Monthly evaluations of individuals who have reinstated their license will happen over the course of time deemed fit or until the individual is deemed to no longer require moderation. Section 3. Violations against this bill will be punished accordingly to current established law involving malpractice in the medical field. Section 4. This bill shall become active upon passage.
Thank you, Secretary Timmons. Are there any remarks on the floor? Is that a motion? Okay. Cool. We'll check that out. Yes, Mr. Maffey. Is there a second to table the bill? Okay. So this bill will now be tabled until the amendments are properly posted. Once they're posted, we will revert back to this bill. As such, that would mean that we are now moving on to Assembly Bill number 13.
Assembly Bill 13. An act requires Clark County School District to not let school begin any earlier than 8 a.m. in order to support students' mental and physical health. The people of the state of Nevada, represented in Senate and Assembly, do enact as follows. Section 1. All schools, elementary through high school, are not allowed to start before 8 a.m. Section 2. The exception of early bird classes, which may start at 7 a.m. Section 3. Any changes in the bus schedule from this legislation will be resolved by the Nevada Department of Education. Section 4 of this bill becomes effective upon passage and approval.
Thank you, Secretary Timmons. Are there any remarks on the floor? Yes. Is that a motion? Understood. We will move back to this bill, to that bill after AB 13. Senator Maffey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think this bill fails to account for schools now running later into the day. My school personally starts around or at 7:15 in the morning, and we go till 2 p.m. at night or in the afternoon. Does running or starting at 8 in the morning mean that we're going to now run towards 2:45, possibly 3? Because I know a lot of my friends have jobs that they go to immediately after school. And by pushing back the start of school, we also have to push back these job schedules, which is something that is very inflexible. I yield my time.
Thank you, Senator Maffey. Senator Bellows, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think that Senator Maffey brings up a good point. We don't know the effects that it could have on later day. It could hurt some high schoolers who have some jobs after school. But it also, I think there's an issue with this bill is that it doesn't take into consideration like specifically elementary and middle schools and high schools and how all of them have to start at different times so that all the buses can go around the district and pick them up at different times. So there could be an issue with all of these being pushed back even later in the day and potentially messing with how parents have to pick up their children because of school ending later and then also jobs ending later. And I just think there's potential conflict with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bellows. Senator, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Bentham, you are now recognized.
Thank you. I've actually written a bill similar to this. I agree with the intention behind the bill. However, this bill in particular, I don't. First of all, the funding and the school days are not defined. This might often, with the change in bus schedules, this often will result in a lot of needed allocating funding, and there might be overlapping schedules, as mentioned, with middle schools and preschools. However, I also want to mention, because it's changing the infrastructure of the school system entirely, it messes with the processes of kids getting home, especially with parents like in work, because a lot of times parents are responsible for transportation for their child. And it says this bill becomes effective upon passage and approval, and that does not give parents adequate time to change the schedules and to change kind of how they're completely altering their system of transportation because it is a later start time. Thank you.
Mr. Price, is that a motion? Yes. Are there any seconds? Understood. Senator Levi, since you do have a remark, but for the interest of time, you're not able to get in on this bill, you will have precedence on the next one. Seeing as there are no further remarks pertaining to this bill, the secretary will now roll. On a basis of 2 to 4 to 2, this bill does not pass. We will now be going back towards Assembly Bill number 153 as it was tabled. However, the amendment issues have been resolved. So, saying that again, Assembly Bill number 153.
Assembly Bill 153, an act requiring any individual to be tested, to be eligible for a second chance law of a medical license. The people of the state of Nevada, represented in Senate and Assembly, do enact as follows. Section 1. For any job that requires a medical license, individuals will have to go through the process of already established medical license reinstatement policies in order to qualify for the second chance law. Once passed, they go through the process of the second chance law in order to reacquire their license. Section 2. Monthly evaluations of individuals who have been reinstated. Their license will happen over a course of time deemed fit or until the individual is deemed to be no longer requiring moderation. Section 3. Violation against this bill will be punished according to current established law involving malpractice in the medical field. Section 4, this bill shall become active upon passage.
Are there any remarks on the floor? Senator Leyva, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know me personally, if I was going to have somebody in this position, I would want them to be 100% qualified in said position. So I feel like the best option would be to have them retest and re-go through all the things necessary. I yield my time.
Thank you, Senator Leyva. Senator Maffey, you are recognized.
I think it's hard to argue against this bill as it provides a path for those who have previously failed to reinstate their dignity in specifically the medical field. And as legislators, I feel that we need to allow our citizens to become better and become the best that they can be. I yield my time.
Thank you, Senator Maffey. Senator Bellows, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do like the intention behind this bill. However, I do have some issues with Section 2 specifically. So in Section 2, it reads, monthly evaluations of individuals who have reinstated their license will happen over a course of time deemed fit or until the individual is deemed to no longer require moderation. In this section, it doesn't specify who is deeming them fit and what entity will be doing this. And so, although I agree with the intention behind this bill, I think that it lacks specificity and there is no actual department that's going to be regulating that. So I think that this bill is unworkable. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Senator Bellows. Are there any motions on the floor? Senator Glover. Are there any seconds? The secretary will now begin a roll. On a basis of 5 to 3 to 0, this bill passes. My congratulations to the author. We will now be moving on to Assembly Bill number 5. Mr. Secretary, you can read it off of my laptop. Understood. That must be a mistake on my part. Then we will move on to Assembly Bill number 32, if that one does exist. Is that a motion? It does? Okay, then disregard that. We'll move on to Assembly Bill number 32.
Assembly Bill 32, an act bettering the condition for homeless citizens within metropolitan areas across the state of Nevada. The people of the state of Nevada, represented in Senate and Assembly, do enact as follows. Section 1, definitions shall be stipulated as follows. Section 1A, homeless citizens shall be defined as Nevada constituents living without any permanent or semi-permanent housing or shelter. Section 1B, metropolitan areas shall be defined as areas within Nevada that exceed a population of 500,000 residents or within 750 square miles of land around the largest city or town in the region. Section 3, GED testing and educational opportunities will be expanded for homeless individuals and will make free to all homeless individuals in Nevada. And will be made free to all homeless individuals in Nevada. Section 3A, funding and oversight for Section 3 will be provided by the Nevada Department of Education. Section 3B, testing centers will be established in every city or town with a minimum of one center in every metropolitan area, as described in Section 1B for every 75,000 citizens. Section 4, free state-operated and owned mental health facilities will be made available for all homeless individuals within the state of Nevada. State mental health facilities will be funded per year depending on the census of that area per state facility by the Nevada Division of Public and Behavioral Health. Section 5, any legislation in conflict with this act will be hereby declared null and void. Section 6, Section 3 and 4 shall be enacted once all facilities are constructed.
Thank you, Secretary Tibbins. Are there any remarks on this? Senator Glover, you are recognized.
I think that as senators, it's important to recognize constituents that may not be voting. A lot of the houseless population cannot vote, but they should still be represented by us. And because I believe that these people are constituents in Nevada, I think it's only right that we represent them and fight to give them what they need to get back on their feet and avoid the troubles of homelessness.
Thank you, Senator Glover. The chair will now recognize Senator Bentham.
Although I love the intention behind the bill, this is quite a costly piece of legislation. As a government, we are required to represent the people as best as we can, but it is hard to meet the demands of every single individual. If we were to pass such a piece of legislation, this increases taxes for everyone by a large portion. For this reason, although the intention is right, I don't think this bill should be passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bentham. Senator Maffey, you are recognized.
I would like to call to the attention of the Senate Section 6, which, if I may read, states, Section 3 and Section 4 shall be enacted once the facilities are constructed. When will the facilities be constructed? Is it 10 years? Is it 20 years? Is it this century? Is it this millennia? These facilities can be constructed 2 million years from now and still be in direction with this bill. I feel that the Section 6 of this bill is so nonsensical and unimplementable that it prevents anything in the bill from actually being successful. I yield my time.
Thank you, Senator Maffey. As that was our third comment on this legislation, the chair will smile highly upon any motions. Yes? Okay. Seeing as there are no further remarks, the secretary will open the roll. On a basis of 4-3-1, this bill passes. My congratulations to its author. We will now move on to Assembly Bill number 63. Is that a motion? Yes, I am aware. Thank you, though. Yes, Assembly Bill number 63.
Assembly Bill 63, an act that aims to accelerate the transition of energy usage into a clean, affordable, and renewable source. The people of the state of Nevada, represented in Senate and Assembly, do enact as follows. Section 1, tax credits will be expanded towards households with renewable power source investments, i.e. solar panels and electric/hybrid vehicles. Section 2, public transportation will continue to be renewed and upgraded into more effective electric/hybrid forms over the next 10 years to aim to reduce the emissions of dangerous environmentally harming gases. Section 3, in the next 10 to 12 years, a large support budget of $3 billion will be allocated from the Environmental Justice Towards All Act, a bill that aims to support conservation efforts through allocations of government funds, to the support and growth of renewable energy sources such as wind, geothermal, and hydropower-based applications. Along with the electrical grid of largely populated cities in the state will be modernized to accommodate the new influx of renewable energy sources. Section 4, new buildings and developments will be met with stricter energy-efficient standards that aim to reduce the consumption of unneeded energy. Section 5, special revenue funds will be given to local environmental support groups that specialize in wild animal and habitat preservation, atmosphere preservation. Further funding will also be allocated towards local government entities in line with the previously stated initiatives, i.e. Nevada Department of Wildlife, DES, Department of Environment and Sustainability. This bill will be effective in the next fiscal year.
Yes. Yes, I was told that it literally got passed a couple of minutes, like literally minutes ago, so it might not have been updated yet, but from what I've been told, it has been passed. That's as best as we can get because nothing else from the Assembly has been marked either, so I'm mostly just working based off of what I've been told from people within the Assembly. Is that okay with, yeah? Okay. Okay. If this bill has not passed Assembly, we will immediately table and stop all discussion and then move on back to Senate bills as we are now out of Assembly bills to ratify. So, moving on with Assembly Bill number 63, are there any remarks from the floor? You are recognized, Senator Bellows.
President, I think with this bill, it's a very comprehensive and large project that they're trying to undertake here by trying to make things renewable and clean. I think that it's important that we continue to find ways to fight climate change, but with such a big program, we're going to need more specific bills than this because there is a lack of specificity in almost every single section. In section 1, it just says tax credits will be expanded towards households. That is more of a statement than actual specific. It doesn't say who's going to do that. And then in section 2, it also talks about how public transportation will continue to be renewed and upgraded. It doesn't say who's going to do that. And same with section 3 and on and on. It doesn't define where the funding's coming from. Well, it does define the funding, which is $3 billion, which is a lot of money. So I'd hope that if we're allocating $3 billion, that this would be a much more thorough bill. So I encourage all of my fellow constituents to vote no on this bill. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Senator Bellows. The chair will now recognize Senator Glover.
I think that there is one key problem with this legislation, and that would be the $3 billion budget with a lack of concrete definitions. I think that with a smaller budget, that there should be vague definitions might be able to slide, but something to the tune of $3 billion should be well defined. I think that accessing a large support budget of $3 billion should be something that is outlined in much more detail, and I'm just currently am not satisfied with just supporting conservation efforts.
Thank you, Senator Glover. Is that a motion? As we have not hit 3 remarks yet, we still have one more remark from Senator Bentham. However, after his remark, we will immediately move to open the roll.
Thank you. I want to direct your attention to section 4, where it says new buildings and developments will be met with stricter energy efficiency standards that aim to reduce the consumption of unneeded energy. However, it also says on section 6, this bill will be effective in the next fiscal year. The big issue here is that it's completely unreasonable to ask businesses to change their entire way of governing themselves and their infrastructure and whatnot in 1 year. That's unreasonable. Although there's good intention behind this bill, it's too vague and unreasonable, and thus I encourage my constituents to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bentham. Are there any motions on the floor? Yes, Senator Maffey. The secretary will now call roll. In a vote of 0 to 7 to 1, this bill fails. We will now move on to bill number 54 from the Assembly. I got word that it was just passed as of 2 or 3 minutes ago. As usual, if that's found out to be incorrect, we will immediately table and come back to it at a later time if it is passed. Yes. Assembly Bill number 54.
Assembly Bill 54. An act. Provisions will be set for equal and just rights for international students in participating in varsity level sports within the Nevada Interscholastic Activities Association, NIAA. The people of the state of Nevada, represented in the Senate and Assembly, do enact as follows. Section 1. International foreign students enrolled in Nevada high schools are eligible to participate in varsity level sports under the NIAA. Section 2. International foreign students must reside with a parent, legal guardian, or host family in the state of Nevada. Section 3. All documentation must be submitted appropriately, verifying their student status, including proof of enrollment, academic standing, and F1 visa. Section 4. No school or association shall discriminate against international foreign students in terms of tryout, team selection, and participating in varsity level sports. Section 5. International foreign students must meet the same academic standards required of all student athletes. Section 6. This bill becomes effective upon passage and approval. All laws in conflict with this legislation are hereby declared null and void.
Thank you, Secretary Timmons. The floor is now open for remarks. Senator Bentham, you are recognized.
Thank you. I stand in support of the bill. Sports are a very competitive environment, and as a result, builds character and leadership. I feel just because you're an international foreign student, you should not be deprived of that privilege to participate in activities, especially at the high school level. This bill says it's for, with the NIAA, it's for high school as well, and it mentions that the international student has to have all of their legal documentation, and as a result, I see no issue with passing this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair will now recognize Senator Glover.
So I believe that this bill is of good sentiment, but I'm not sure how much change it will actually cause. Because I think that presently I'm of the belief that Section 1, 2, and 3 are all present in the status quo. International students can compete in high school sports at the varsity level. I've competed against a few international students myself. Section number 4 seems to be the only one that may effectuate change, but in the Civil Rights Act of 1964, it prohibits discrimination on the basis of race, color, religion, sex, or national origin, and because international foreign students would get discriminated based on some of those qualities, I believe that this bill is currently in effect.
Thank you, Senator Glover. The chair will now recognize Senator Bellows.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a quick point of information. So according to the Reno Gazette-Journal, the NIAA said that administrative code based on Nevada law stipulates international students can only play in 9th through 11th grade for non-varsity teams. So I did actually have an international student on my swim team, but she was not put on varsity. So I think that it would be very important for this bill to be passed so that all international students have the freedom and the right to enjoy American sports and be able to participate at the highest levels. I encourage all my constituents to vote yes on this bill. Thank you. I yield my time.
That will be the final comment on this piece of legislation. The chair will smile highly on a motion for a roll. Senator Maffey? Okay. Hearing a second, we will now, the secretary will now open the roll. On a vote of 7-0 to 1, this bill passes. My congratulations to the author. Moving forward, we will now begin on Assembly Bill number 197. I repeat, 197.
Assembly Bill 197, an act prohibiting the purchase, possession, or ownership of firearms by a person who has committed or attempted a crime motivated by certain characteristics of the victim, a hate crime. The people of the state of Nevada, represented in Senate and Assembly, do enact as follows. Section 1, background and reasoning. Currently, those who have committed hate crimes are still legally allowed to purchase firearms. Especially for this demographic of criminals, it can be very dangerous to allow someone who's committed a hate crime before, simply based on the characteristic of a victim, to purchase a weapon that could do further damage. Precedent for this act includes NRS 207.185, which states a person commits certain crimes, even based on certain characteristics of the victim, ordinarily punishable as misdemeanors. The crime is only punishable as a gross misdemeanor, which still allows the purchase of firearms. Another precedent is NRS 202.360, which states that in the case of certain crimes, a person can be prohibited from owning or having a firearm in his possession. Section 2, this bill should become the Hate Crime Firearm Prohibition Act. Section 3. A person who has been convicted within the immediate preceding 10 years of a gross misdemeanor that was based on the characteristics of a victim is banned from purchasing a gun. This means individuals who committed a hate crime will have to wait at least 10 years before they are allowed to purchase, own, or have a firearm. Section 4 of this bill shall take effect immediately upon passage and approval.
Thank you, Secretary Timmons. The floor is now open for remarks. Senator Glover, the floor is yours.
I believe that this bill has no reason to not pass. I think that, like we've spoken earlier, bad people should not have guns because obviously they have a high likelihood to do bad things with said firearm. And I believe that this bill will ensure that that does not happen for those who have committed hate crimes. I think that it's thorough, and I find that somebody who has committed a hate crime is probably more likely to commit another hate crime or act irrationally whenever, and if they have a firearm, they could potentially kill somebody or cause great mortal harm. Because of this, I think that we should prevent hate crimes with firearms by not allowing people who have committed a hate crime to purchase firearms. For these reasons, this bill should pass.
Thank you, Senator Glover. The floor now goes to Senator Maffey.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think that the definition of a hate crime in this bill is not specific enough. It doesn't have enough to allow a judge to convict. If I were to murder my wife, per se, I would murder her because of the characteristic that she cheated, because of the characteristics that she's mean to me. Those are all characteristics that could be convicted and therefore fall under this law. Also, I would like to bring up that if we are trying to take guns out of these criminals' hands, is 10 years truly enough? Do we want more than 10 years for this bill? I think that the time frame may even be possibly too short, and therefore implementing this bill would allow those outside of this 10-year time frame to still access firearms, rendering the bill mostly ineffective. I yield my time.
Thank you, Senator Maffey. Senator Price, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I think that we should all pass this piece of legislation. And the reason is because this will further lower the amount of hate crimes that are done. If we're giving weapons and guns to bad people, like we said earlier, I think it's just gonna make them more motivated to do more after they've already been in trouble. And I think that what my other senator has said about the time frame, I mean, it's still better than what it is now, and I do believe that this could possibly, for sure, lower the amount of hate crimes that are done by guns. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. As those were the three statements that we were allotting on this bill, the chair will highly smile upon any motions for a roll.
Second.
Hearing a second, we will now move on to a roll. On a basis of 6 to 1 to 1, this bill passes. My congratulations. We will now be moving on to Assembly Bill number 5, as that has now actually passed. Senator Donald, point of information, how did you find Assembly Bill number 5 earlier? Understood, thank you. Okay. Yes. Understood, thank you. Change of plans, the Assembly has ran out of Senate bills to pass, so instead of doing Assembly Bill number 5, we will move to Senate Bill number 43.
Senate Bill 43, an act to make Narcan free and accessible. The people of the state of Nevada, represented in the Senate and Assembly, do enact as follows. Section 1. Pharmacies throughout Nevada, while able to provide naloxone, commonly known as Narcan, to consumers over the counter, have charged excessive cost to purchase it in the status quo. Section 2. Being enacted by the committee here assembled that pharmacies throughout Nevada are required to maintain a consistent supply of naloxone within their pharmacies, and most importantly, provided at no cost to customers. Section 2A. Pharmacies in Nevada are given the option to limit the amount of naloxone given to a customer at a specific time, if needed, to regulate supply. Section 3. The funding of this legislation will come from a 1% state tax increase on pharmaceutical manufacturer revenue from the profits they make within Nevada. Additional funding may also be provided from the Nevada Department of Health and Human Services. Section 3A. Excess funding from this avenue will be directed to create substance abuse and education programs for drug usage. Section 4. Pharmacies in Nevada will also be reimbursed a portion of the cost of naloxone by the Nevada Department of Health and Human Services through a process which will have no obstructions. Section 5. This legislation will be enacted 1 year from its completed passage. Section 6. All laws in conflict with this legislation are hereby declared null and void.
Thank you, Secretary Timmons. Are there any remarks on the floor? Senator Glover, you are recognized.
I believe, even though I am a nationalist, I believe that excess taxes should not be imposed. And I believe that the tax associated with this bill would be in excess, because Narcan is already free and available. There are harm reduction centers all across Nevada which distribute naloxone or Narcan for free. In fact, I personally have walked down to the harm reduction center here in Reno, which is funded by Nevada, and I have gotten myself free Narcan, and I keep it in my car. It works great, and it already exists. And the harm reduction centers are strategically placed across Nevada in areas where overdose rates are high. This is already in place. There's no reason we need to pay for free Narcan twice.
Thank you, Senator Glover. The chair will now recognize Senator Bellows.
Yeah, I'll make this quick. I agree with Senator Glover. And then also, if this bill is passed, requiring pharmacies to keep a consistent supply of Naloxone just really puts a big tamper down on that private sector industry in general, and also just hurts them as a business, as they must give it away for free when we already have these programs, as Senator Glover explained. So I encourage all constituents to vote no on this bill. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Senator Bellows. Senator Maffey, is that a motion or do you have an opinion? State that motion. Seeing a second, the secretary will now open the roll. On a basis of 0 to 5 to 3, this bill fails. As such, we will now move on to Senate Bill number 59.
Senate Bill 59, an act for the protection of the Lahontan cutthroat trout. The people of Nevada, represented in Senate and Assembly, do enact as follows. Section 1. The legal limit for harvesting wild Lahontan cutthroat trout will be changed statewide to 0. Section 2. Wild Lahontan cutthroat trout are distinguished from stock trout by their unclipped adipose fin. Section 3. If an angler is caught harvesting wild Lahontan cutthroat trout, standard poaching penalties apply. Section 4. This bill becomes active upon passage and approval. All laws in conflict with this legislation are hereby declared null and void.
Thank you, Secretary Timmons. I will now recognize Senator Maffey. It was unintentional. I will not count that as an opinion. Senator Bentham.
I stand in opposition to this bill. In Section 2, it says they are distinguished from stock trout by their unclipped adipose fin. For a fisher, that is really like an unrealistic distinction to make. That is very hard to notice, especially if you're like fishing. And it's the cutthroat trout. This one in particular is the Lahontan cutthroat trout is the largest subspecies of cutthroat trout. So not only is it a really popular fish within the state of Nevada, the distinction is very minuscule, and I feel it's very unfair to ask fishermen to do so, and thus I am in opposition. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bentham. Senator Glover.
I would like to first clarify that the Lahontan cutthroat trout is the largest subspecies of cutthroat trout by size, not by population. It is currently listed as threatened on the endangered species list, but this is because whenever they evaluate this, they count the number of fish in hatcheries. I think that this adds an artificial inflation to the number of these species in the wild because those fish are stocked by NDOW. Thus, they are not reproducing in the wild. If you counted only the wild fish, they would actually be endangered. And they were endangered for a long time until stocking programs happened. But the thing is, stocked fish are sterile. They cannot reproduce, so they shouldn't be counted. These fish are effectively endangered, so they should be protected as such. And in fact, where the Lahontan cutthroat trout grow large is the Pyramid Lake, and that's the most popular fishing destination. But that is under its own sovereign nation, and Nevada fishing regulations would not apply there. Where Lahontan cutthroat trout live in Nevada in the wild is in small streams across northern Nevada. And they're not a very popular game fish, but because they live in small streams, even taking 2 or 3 fish out of that stream heavily affects the population in that small, sensitive ecosystem. As a fisherman myself, I find it easy to distinguish a stocked fish from a wild fish because the adipose fin being clipped is very evident. There's large scarring across the top of the fish, and there is no penalty for catching this fish, only for keeping it. And for these reasons, we need to protect this fish as it is our state fish, and it is culturally significant to the Paiute people. Actually, here on UNR, there's a mural being painted on the Native Studies building that has the Lahontan cutthroat trout on it as an emblem of the Paiute tribe's culture. For these reasons, this bill needs to pass in order to protect wild Lahontan cutthroat trout populations across Nevada, preserve Paiute culture, and the Nevada state fish.
Thank you, Senator Glover. Senator Bellows, you are recognized.
I do really like the intention of this bill. I think it is very important to protect our state fish. And I think that there is just an issue with, I think that we need to set up a program where sterile fish, that because there are programs in place, like Senator Glover said, to that stock the Lahontan Lake with sterile Lahontan cutthroat trout. And so I think that it would be imperative that, and it would be more effective if this bill included such program or something of more substance other than just taking out and stopping the fishing of this fish. However, I do understand the idea behind it. I just wanted to make that statement. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Senator Bellows. Is that a motion? State that motion. Is there a second? Okay. As there are no further remarks, the secretary will open the roll. On a basis of 5 to 0 to 3, this bill passes. My congratulations to the author. Point of order, you may now tell the assembly that we do in fact have bills for them. Our next order of business is going to be Assembly Bill number 5.
Assembly Bill number 5. An act. Provisions will be set to protect Nevada youth from illegal substance use in order to inspire the youth to have healthy and sound lives. The people of the state of Nevada, represented in the Senate and Assembly, do enact as follows. Section 1. The Nevada Congress establishes a Youth Drug Use Prevention Committee, hereinafter Committee, as a subcommittee of the Health and Human Services Assembly Committee, composed of drug prevention experts, representatives of teachers, and one student representative per congressional district. The committee has a meeting once a month to review public policies, public media, social media, and legislation on substance sales, use, advertisement, and regulations. Section 2. The state of Nevada should encourage and facilitate the development of youth drug protection programs. The Nevada Congress should allocate an appropriate budget to the development of youth drug prevention programs. Section 3. The state of Nevada should initiate a web page to share more information on the risk of youth drug use, treatment of drug addicts, drug prevention programs, and other related information. The editorial board of this web page should be composed of drug use experts and student representatives from each Congress district. Section 4. The development of these programs should be initiated upon passage and approval.
Thank you, Secretary Timmons. In the interest of time, we will only entertain 2 total opinions, each totaling at 30 seconds. The chair now recognizes Senator Leyva. Okay. In that case, the chair instead recognizes Senator Bentham.
Thank you. Within the school districts of Nevada, I've mentioned it before, there's this strong increase in drug and overdose. Looking at this bill, it's very well thought out. It uses established committees and programs to ensure such a bill and keep the funding needed to enact it very limited. As a result, I support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bentham. We will now entertain Mr. Price.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I think we should pass this bill because there's truly nothing to lose. If we make more youth more aware of drugs and preventing drugs, this is just going to help the case. As of now, there is a lot of programs and stuff running these type of things, but I think the more and more there is, this will continue to help the process. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Are those motions? Senator Donald, please state your motion. As such, the secretary will now open the roll. With unanimous agreement, this bill passes. My congratulations. We will now be moving on to Senate Bill number 111, a bill that was rejected by Governor Sebastian. Secretary Timmons will now read it out loud once again. I have the paper copy for Secretary Timmons if he would like to read it. Yes. Six. Okay.
Senate Bill 111, an act relating to public transportation availability and quality in Nevada counties. The people of the state of Nevada, represented in Senate and Assembly, do enact as follows. Section 1. The term transportation vehicles refers to buses, trams, trains, planes, and trolleys. Section 2. Properly trained mechanics and technicians will be hired in order to fix transportation vehicles and maintain their integrity in order to keep more transportation vehicles in operation. Section 3. Operators of these transportation vehicles will get a raise ranging from 5% to 10% to encourage more citizens to become operators of these transportation vehicles. Section 4. Rural areas will get access to more transportation vehicles and better transportation vehicles to give them more options to navigate the area.
Thank you, Secretary Timmons. The same timing rules will apply at 2 opinions, each at 30 seconds. Senator Bentham, you have the floor.
Looking at this bill, I just can't help but notice that there's a lot of funding required for this, yet there is no distinction of allocation. Who's going to hire the mechanics? Where will the money come from? And with that, they're also getting a raise ranging from 5 to 10%. Somebody has to pay for that, and that's the taxpayers. Are we really going to sit here and make the taxpayers pay so much more money for something that's really already established? And with that, I stand in opposition to this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bentham. Senator Donald.
Yeah, actually, point of order, I believe.
Yes.
Did we not?
Yes, we did. However, it was vetoed by Governor Sebastian, and so now it's back in here. In order for it to be passed again, we need a 2/3 majority vote in here, at which point it will be moved back to the Assembly, and if the Assembly votes the 2/3 majority in favor, this bill will be passed without Governor Sebastian's signature. Of course. You do not have an opinion, to be clear. In that case, Senator Glover, you are recognized.
So, in order to address any concerns with this bill, the chief concerns seem to come with funding. I believe this funding will still come from the Nevada Department of Transportation and the respective counties. I think that being vague actually enables more freedom for the counties because the county commissioner can decide how much more of an increase to rural areas this bill shall provide. If we were to provide a sweeping sort of legislature, then the counties would have no freedom. But now the counties can choose what they like. They just simply have to increase legislation a little bit. Because in the interest of time, that is all I will say.
Thank you, Senator Elliott. That will be the final remark on this bill. I do understand that Senator Bellows does have a remark. However, in the interest of time, he will have precedence on the next one. The chair will smile on a motion for a roll. Yes. Second? Okay. The secretary will now roll. On a basis of 5 to 2 to 1, this bill's veto will not be overturned. Seeing as we only have 2 minutes left before we have to go, I will smile heavily on a motion to adjourn. Yes. As such, we are now adjourned. Thanks to all of you for your participation today. I believe we were incredibly efficient, hardworking. Well done to all of you.